Hi Kuma, hope you're doing well. Re. Hi Crydenth, how are you doing? Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. That's good. Hopefully it went well. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Billy and Jeannie were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. But why? Well, the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. And why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Billy was shot? No. It's alright, his life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? Is that St. Sinners? They're tending to him there. Must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Poor Hurley. Stay safe, Crydenth. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them. Go. After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think it's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Why? I suspect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. He should have let me know and I would have come to the station. Yeah, he did. I don't understand why they arrested Jeannie. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me there was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runa. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me? Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. Don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. I can see you're ready for action. Hi, Pistachio. How are you doing? I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Let's go here first. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna try to push... This is supposedly the final episode of the game, so I'm assuming it's gonna be a very long one. I'm gonna try to push through it. This is where it happened then, last night. Huh? I'm confused. That's right, the two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that. Oh, alright. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Wait, I heard that. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. Got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind. Yeah, we're still in the UK. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you had assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship. No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Reno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. He certainly folds to her. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Yes, he's a part of Scotland Yard. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? What the fuck is up with him? Some nice refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some. Lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. don't even recognize him like this. It's funny though. So how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this, with some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Bitch. Your ladyship, as much as I would oblige you, I'm afraid... Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you... How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Mind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. It's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. What? Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know? Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. Don't spoil the game, please. I don't know if that's a spoiler or not, but he will be alright, won't he? You'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course... Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't know about that situation. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship at the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholm's lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. That's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it take was one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. A great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregson. Every month when the new Ranced magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. I mean... if you're worried about your pay, then be... then be a good detective or inspector? Question mark? Simple as that. Get good, as the hip kids say. Not to mention, if you're that worried about your pay, how little are they paying you? He's fixated on it. It's not important, I'm just pointing that out. How awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Lovely. Not very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dr. Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe? Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. So she still had to go through with that? Has she even gotten any sleep at all? Yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. She asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go meet her. And to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Grixie? You know, as a lawyer, you know that. I'm ever so sorry, Your Ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn on my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. That's fair. Did you hear that, Reno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Okay. Hello, Gina. She still was allowed to keep that? Or did she hide it away? You still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish she wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you ear for? Jeannie. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry. You erred. Get lost. Don't be like that, Jeannie. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny... I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me. Or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be stern at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Jeannie? I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. You'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums, me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're done. Trying to read the dialogue and the character's accent is a pain. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Juno? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened to Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. You're lying, because we know for a fact that you went to look for the story that's hidden in the pawnbrokery. But why, Jimmy? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Definitely easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna wanna question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Oh. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming back again. Bye. Oh, Genie. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahai. I always thought that cat liked to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? 13th of February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? You know, if Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? If it's something McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Okay, that's just a general statement. I figured. So, since we couldn't get her to request a representation, we have to go to the hospital. It's the only other place we can go to. Really. Oh, he's not here. No, that's strange. Nurse Stephanie said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Well, he was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Shulman suffered. Oh. Hello, what have we here? The word is off limits. No visitant. So what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I have you know. We're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh. We'll begin your pardon then, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave him and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. So, can we look around? Please? There's a notice board on the wall here. Look, let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. Unseen any vermin? Homely and discreetly informed matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. I don't have a snack, but I will hydrate, Jaden. I actually feel like I could use a stretch. How are you doing though, Jaden? If you don't deal with him, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholm's sake. So there's not a lot to look at. This must be Mr. Sholm's bed. Or Hurley. I know, it looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Haven't haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see. Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Okay, so now we have to leave again. Where to? Oh, right, we have to go here too. I was wrong. I'm silly. I forgot about this place. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regards to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes. Thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. What? I'm sorry, what? Wait, what did he just say? Return to your homeland? Susato-san. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Mrs. Sato's return to her homeland? And... tomorrow? Tomorrow? Or what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. What is going on? Mr. Sato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Professor Mikotoba? If I may? Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the illustrated girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Lord Strongheart? In defense of your fine services today, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. Deference. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. I know English, I promise. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. Few minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Well, we already know it's because she denied a representation. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Sisto-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris. We must make haste. But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Hello again, Gina. To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look. You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed, for Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believed you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What did you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but... is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? I wasn't expecting this soundtrack so soon. Okay. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? Ah. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. I mean, we knew it. We knew it. This is not exactly news. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. Coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of this stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and set me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by it, but when I looked at me ends, I had the cove's blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses saw on the roof deck through the skylight. So he had the crime pinned on her. Then Mr. McGilda started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? He threatened me. Threatened you? How? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And about what he was gonna do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said McGilda made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilda sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove in the floor, I let out a little scream, see. Couldn't help it. McGilda heard that and dragged me up by me arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer would have been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one... what the D took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. McGilda had spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was an omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as I suspected. Sorry, I return. After the event, I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me that I had back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two coves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. Koji snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. Koji had opened the box under the seat, and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. See. What were McGilden's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did ye hear what I asked of him? Did ye see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from ye later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever ye do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case it might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibanks so it is, and you're to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article would be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. But we ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. You go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good, and one more thing. In a few days from now, you will be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? I will come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is that ye might say, and what it is that ye won't. I honestly figured we would come to the truth of that trial with this episode. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live on the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGolded would have... in an heartbeat. He could have had a lot of us chased out of their free... I need to stop reading in the accent. He could have had a lot of us chased out there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Or you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Send their representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Curly's having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Monsieur Sito? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes. And perhaps we can go back to visit Ginny when we're done there? I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. And we're going to continue, so we're gonna push through this episode as best we can. Because I'm primarily curious about if there's more to the game. Because supposedly there's only 5 episodes. Kinda wanna know for sure if that's true. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship. I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? I mean, she had it in a furnace, so it was probably saved. It looked kind of metallic as well, so it probably keeps its heat. Do as you please. You know where it happened, through that door behind the counter. Yes, the store. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let's not waste any time. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Reno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? This is really pretty music. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? I would very much agree. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grixie to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Bruno? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't tell which you own them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. There's that article ledger there, in Mr. Windibank's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. And the lamp is broken. Look on the back, there's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us. February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Really, it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes. This must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. But what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruto? Get it out. Alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Not exactly. I see a little bit of a difference. Actually... Let me see if this gets put in as evidence, and then I'll point out the differences I see. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Come on, I want to point out the differences. They're not exactly the same, I will say that. For one, in one picture, the cat is looking over to the left, whereas the picture on the right shows the cat looking more front view. And the position in which the paws are different as well. Moreover, in the right photograph, the cat was placed more over to the right, which makes me think that... well, I guess we'll find out. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The ones we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. Okay, so... the placement of the paws are different. At least it looks like that to me. I do see some differences. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden behind these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. That's what I wanted to say, but I couldn't think of the device name. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah yes, of course. The magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. Everyone simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see deep depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view, is that right? Oh, well done, Susie, you're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. Can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that? Yeah. Mr. Windibank is dead. Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. I'm not ready for this. 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 No, it's so... I have to... Okay, I'm saving this as a image. Give me one moment. I'm making this into a... I'm making this into an emoji for my server. Oh my god. Give me one moment. This is funny. Oh my god. It is now a sticker in my server. Oh my god. There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it. Let's try it looking at the prints. I'm actually trying it. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runa. You're just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now for the next step. Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. Oh god. Sensory overload. Prints should slowly merge together. They form a new single image in the center. Mr. Naruhodo, it works. I can see it in the middle now. Oh my god. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. That dialogue with that face is just hilarious. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runa. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in that image. In the middle. Like this, is it? There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints, then, Runa? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. It really isn't. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back of... It's still amazing even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures, I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I'm seeing the... I'm seeing the aftermath of certain members of my server just seeing what I did. I love it. That's funny. Okay, so can we investigate now? Kinda wanna get to that. Look, this dark red smear here appears to have been made by somebody's fingers. Hi, Fenrir. How are you? You missed a very funny moment. Do you think it could be blood? Do you see any red mark as blood, Iris? That's a bit morbid, I think. But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it? Just 10-year-olds That's Naruhodo actually trying to be considerate of her, considering she's a 10-year-old. That's actually nice of him. This is a ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited one gentleman's overcoat, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Wow, you multi-stream? How could you? Give me your attention. I'm just kidding. Could that have anything to do with all this? Okay. Didn't I already analyze this? The ledger that's up on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in Palm. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windenbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. Oh well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. Hold on a minute. This little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. For a special shop selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling and clean anyway. I'm sorry, what? This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Behind that door is a storm, isn't it? That's what Great Ace said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. through the little window in that door. Mr. Winterbank face down on the floor, Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. Poor Iris. She's clamped up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense attorney, do you? Well... I've never seen a relationship looking like that before, is the thing. I don't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least... You're bad at this. You are bad at this. I don't think that went very well. Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Sholm's operation is going. I will hydrate. Ree! So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Shaw, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grixie, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night shortly after that hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. He took the liberty of smashing the door in as simply as possible. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, is curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. Key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Because he certainly wasn't assuming it was Gina anyway, right? Rixie, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is... Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it. Yes, ma'am. They used something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. It renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetic. It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for the tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. We couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes round again. Crowley. The moment he opens his eye, ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Oh, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. he wouldn't have felt a thing. I may well be able to help with that. Or what? There's nothing like this out of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Lily and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Huh? The color of the bloodstain has changed. There, doesn't it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good, it works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. What a fabulous invention, Iris. That's actually pretty useful. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Junie would say it's... great. So whose blood are we looking at then? This must be Mr. Windibank's blood. Yes, this is where he was shot, so there can't be any question of that. This could turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we simply must make a note of it. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have Regent left, sure. Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there? Oh, I think perhaps we should see if that can tell us anything. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there is something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. No! No salsa! Actually... prepare for a funny moment, chat.
Well,
What's
they're
this about,
fooling
Salsa?
I'm a sociologian.
What's this about, salsa?
I have salsa, Zerif.
What do you want, salsa?
I want salsa.
What do you want, salsa?
I just want salsa. Is it so hard to understand? Salsa's pretty good.
Here we go. Why do you want salsa?
Because because I want salsa.
Orgo, what do you want? Salsa.
Salsa's good and I'm hungry.
Hey, Orgo! What do you want? Salsa. Okay, I leave now.
Salsa.
Bye. Bye. No salsa for you.
Fuck!
No salsa for stinky fire batchers. Ever. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. This is a revolver, a real one. It's Mr. Windibank's. It's quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Reno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun on the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? Ah! Stop that! Jesus, fuck! I hate seeing that imagery, joke or not. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh. Were the two culprits McGilded's friends? Probably not. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Charlie when he said he'd deposited it here, but still... It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. I don't have a snack, but I will hydrate. Huh. I like the way this is displayed. There's nothing to analyze. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished book? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. So we... Wait. Oh! Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Okay. There's nothing left to look at. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... You've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. I think I do. Who's the only one who we know was bleeding? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is a blood of... Oh. I was gonna guess Erlock Sholmes, but I guess I'm wrong, because that's not even an option. It's obviously not Winterbank, because his blood is blue. Gina wasn't bleeding. I don't see how it can be. I guess let's just take a guess. Mr. McGilded? Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. I don't think he made that during the incident on the omnibus. Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood, so it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the... I didn't know that's what the argument was. I didn't know that's what the argument was. Price fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely price fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? I'm a moron. We had a hint telling us it was Mason's blood. Because there was a comment saying that it looked like blood that came from a leather glove. But that wouldn't mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Winterbanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, so what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on that glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. Okay, so what do we do now? I half expected to see Sholmes just like hanging from one of these cabinets. He's not here though. Here's where we're supposed to go. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runa. I was only joking, of course. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would just have thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runa. Come along, Susie. Mind sharing that then? Oh. Okay. Where am I supposed to go? Maybe there's something else I can look at? Oh. Ah, look there. Oh! Bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. It's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once. Look at that for now, Runa. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Give me one moment. I'm actually gonna be right back. I return. This is where I come in. Right. If the blood changes to be the same color as the sample from the storeroom, we'll know that it's Mr. Windibank's blood. Exactly. Here we go then. I think that's Sholmes' blood. It's completely different to the color that Mr. Windibank's blood turned in the analysis. It just goes to show things don't always go according to plan, do they? Nevertheless, we must add this sample to the results of the other blood analysis. Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the order to examine every article in this shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? That's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in the pawnbrokers. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Keep it down. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Grigsby at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. We really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. There are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Do we talk with him? No. Hmm. I guess let's try to analyze everything. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Lily's been working on his disguises recently. He's been dressing as a woman, mainly. Really? Mr. Sholmes dresses in woman's clothes? Yes. You see the lady in that photographic print on the mantelpiece? That's Hurley. He's quite stunning. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry, apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never even seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple on at any moment. Yes, Hurley does tend to overload the shelves. That's one way of putting it. I wanted to look something up and... Actually... I'm actually pretty sure we read that dialogue before. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. It looks totally different without that enormous machine on it. He lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing. Even Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. She's currently in questioning. Oh, is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Well, that didn't tell us anything. Inspector, what do you make of this? What would we have here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket from McGilded's overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Grixie. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded in fact had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. You mean to tell me... Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Grixie? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. Jeez. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box would no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, shelves in the front. We must search them at once. Wasting your time. There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Okay. I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Your trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the present and talk to Gina again. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got a little price label on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box's ticket was for is still on the shelves somewhere. The box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There were so many boxes, it could be any one of them. Mr. Shum said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilded's contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So the need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Oh my god. That sort of misconduct could get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Jeannie? Was it awful? Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed me for. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibank's. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Find me. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. Just come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being here in the first place. I think I now know why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh right, well that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no signs of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny. Rip him up and chuck him, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This still ain't fancy enough to have it been. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on me, I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville's story, it's the latest Shum's adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intend to sell Iris's manuscripts, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mental script or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in this place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that mental script ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that's so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Shums was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Ah, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Purple blood. Masons. It's Mason's blood. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Can someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. How are you doing, Awesomer? We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. Hold on a minute. Okay. How are you doing, though, Awesomer? I might have asked that question twice. I got distracted for a minute. I'm doing okay. I'm working on pushing through the supposed final episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, so we're probably going to be here for a while. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. So, you just came in, but I'm gonna fill you in on something. We now know who the murderer is of Mason. So Iris has a invention that turns blood different colors. We found on a piece of paper that had Mason's pawnbroker take it. Well, not rather not Mr. Mason, but rather Mr. McGilded's take it of Mr. Windibank's pawnbroker. We found out that the blood on the ticket had Mason's blood print on it. And we found out that the same color blood is, while I can't show it right now, is on Gina Lestrade's overcoat, which belongs to Mr. McGilded. So we know for sure that he was the one who murdered Mr. Mason. We just discovered that. Now I ask you, is what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. See, you can see it right there. The blood's right there. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Alright, have a good shower, Awesomer. Mr. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I hope the man walked free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? You know, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed... Rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Rinosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Cool. Sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now. Believing in people is never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously? Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Lips just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you all into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina? I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, There's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? She's crying. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name ever so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever is hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is a height of cowardice. Monsieur Seto? Somebody is there in the shadows, I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Briggsy? Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, Your Ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, Your Ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, Your Ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best. Bye-bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for Her Ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the moment. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish. Lord Strongheart will... well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'll be off. Alright, Grixie, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. It's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Rixie's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police wanting to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Husato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is. With so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure for tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do these facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time we will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes, from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all they laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I used to say. Really? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes... I won't be able to hold back my tears. That's sad. Susato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. I'm actually gonna be right back and get some food. I'm actually getting really hungry. I'll be a bit though, chat, in case anyone is away and comes back. I'll be right back soon. Okay, I return. Sorry it took so long. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Is that the inspector? Oh, my dear madam. Interesting. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend at? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato-san, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're right with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina? You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Wacky? Meow. Ah, Wacky. Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Same. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? Bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I could couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbreaker perishes and pick purse plunder, see? How do you like that? I'll let them say what they want, see if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be... Discharged diver's dauntless do-gooder, isn't that right, Bruno? Yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Dawnbreaker perishes in pick purse plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean. Tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Blood Pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry of... No? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? For a 10-year-old. Ira certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? How would somebody be able to do that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And you could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Silence! I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. The operation was a great success. But... Lily still hasn't come around yet. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Right. No Susato and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Lead the way, Reno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? 5 years. It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years ago, past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy and cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. I see. So we have a bit of racism I be seeing. Also, hi Retro. How are you doing? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Reno. I actually managed to work that out too, thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Von Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. You vimb. Retro does a vimb. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Familiar faces. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Good night, Awesomer. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. I know who you are. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, you know? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Von Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Van Windebank, proprietor of a pawnshop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? That the person who shot the victim was shorter. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in a storm where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In the sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. She was also knocked out.
Objection!
I was muted because I was taking a drink, but we can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Just establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord von Zeeks. At once, my lord. This isn't good. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. English. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But as one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Reno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's now Shulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie? Name is Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. They look like the silhouettes who were in the pawnbrokery the night of the incident. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the three Skulkin brothers? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Poor blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is now, she is. The very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we were gonna do. We were gonna call you Big Brother Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips? Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name is Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you were doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on a suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. A coincidence indeed. Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Aha. That's totally what happened. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Because Skulkin's never Skulkin. Get out of it. We were walking down Bigger Street in the small hours, and the calf's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in. But once we got inside, Cor Blimey Lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Mm-hmm. Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. You've got to be dense to believe that. The witness testimony is inconsistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runa? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is.
Hold it!
The front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Chino Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself at the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time, you don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. No, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks like our brother. I said, cut it out. Those ships are getting chomping today.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windenbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windenbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him seeing that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hands of the accused. Wonderful.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there was only one other door, that of the storeroom. Because there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, bribed by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. I learned to Nipponese friend, it would seem as of the former. Alright, so now I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me, dukes out me, Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we more than violence. These 11 nibblers, we are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out. But you just said... Didn't even have time to pull me dukes at me Lucy pockets, yet. Never even pulled me dukes at me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows sign of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Let me check something. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Okay. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection! At the back!
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, you shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm on the pawnbrokers that night? Hmm. Can't be this, is it?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Japanese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that provides these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it is irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Von Zeeks? That is the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chest aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally, and like the bold baddies they claimed to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them, do you? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? So he knew, did he? von Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord von Zieks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Crimes include unlawful entry, attempt to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. What a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Erlock Sholmes. It would seem that the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric, says who? Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. It's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As our lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, the respective positions are here. And here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just one after. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment... What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Ooh. Good lord. It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence if you please, counsel. I don't believe it. Ginny... In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point? Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a belly bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwan, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all, and all for one. Here we go. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Oh, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. What is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir? What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the courtmen on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Of course. I'll be right back for a moment. It does appear, it does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. Oops. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeer. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. How about you stop? In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. A storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention the sprint. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Police cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Girdeb, aren't you? You really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Girdeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Rogers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for Dash to certain. So he's biased against us. Even though his wife did wrong. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and listed juror number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. The maid's work is never done, and a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpockets, and the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those black slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary Maid of the Capital. Okay. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scums as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Counsel, explain yourself. My statement? Contradictory? Contradict... Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen, abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Oh boy. This is gonna be a wonder to work through. Ah, here's word, abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you were telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done anything, but truth is they shot detective. Ah, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means... They said we never took nothing. Maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry? But the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny, and the next print from half an hour later, we'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cui, Mr. Prosecutor. Call on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. But there is a difference. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes? Good. No, not good. Hi, Kata. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Yay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these drawers are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. We only got 1 point, though. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. The thing is, though, there is a difference. At least one difference. Take a look at this lamp. It's in perfect condition, not broken at all. Everything looks good. But here, within the next 30 minutes, it's broken. I mean, cataclysmic chaos is too long of a name to state out. Everyone speaks everyone's username in short.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic prints normally, it looks as if the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before, it's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give us a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Yeah, that's true, Keta. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I had finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. It wouldn't happen to be Mr. Sholmes, right? I certainly hope not. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing really. You know, something just crossed my mind, just out of curiosity, while thinking about Mr. Sholmes. I wanted to take a look at the photo of the gunshot where he suffered. I wanted to see if, by chance, the trajectory was higher up. But no, it seems to be a straight-on shot. I was just curious about that. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I had sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? I'm sure you should not kill the word sure. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Dozens of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. The cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. When people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, what utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3? Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... what? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. Please do. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runa? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? We have 3 photographs that we can use.
Take that!
What? Oh, really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean?
Hold it! Excuse me! Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to, just give me 1 more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same, then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally, anyway. Oh. Oh. Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Reno. Go on. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap completely. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Reno? What's going on with these 2 pictures? Wait, really? Do they? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. Alright, Kata, see you. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say? Why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. I don't see it. I actually don't. It means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers. Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. We already know that Lestrade didn't tamper with anything. So it's a question of he messed with something to try to make it noticeable within the camera, or
Take that!
it was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you were saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the store. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam, and better, in fact worse, than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. He just headbutt the... Oh my god. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely? But alright. Lord Von Zeeks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. I'm not done. Excuse the fuck out of you? Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. didn't even have time to pull me Dukes Out Me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? We now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Apologies, was taking a bite out of my food. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. That's a contradictory statement. It was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Actually... You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see. And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing is to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Am I gonna be given the chance to put the 2 prints in, please? Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Runa. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys? Says a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Yes, but I would like to see... I would like to see something. It seems like the game won't let me. Okay. Oh, there is a difference. There is a difference between the two photos. Some things were moved. Okay, I see it now. Lemmy didn't have given a fright. We was thinking the shooting came out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpard, straight into him in the back. Black! Back. Black! Not back. We couldn't have shot that pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Sure it is. Because everyone just walks into a store and decides they're going to just tidy up at 1 a.m. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Because you are? Well said, Ringo Mio China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Says a rotten apple eater. Witnesses? Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Even he's not having their shit.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on that counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Candlesticks, a stack of books, not that. Well, this certainly fell over. This was another thing that fell over, because it's evidently broken within the second image. a skull, stack of books, and candlestick. But this is also moved. So's the doll. Literally, the only things that aren't moved is this, the quill, and the jar of ink, and these. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked in the scales on the floor? You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clouder like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as
Is that right?
You have something you want to share with the class, sir?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellows into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave them told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. It does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right, you are a gov.
Hold it!
So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. I will hydrate. Hi, hun. How are you doing? And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank? On me Granny's life, of course it was. On his Granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. But clearly, that question took them by surprise, so perhaps they didn't. We didn't know the geezer. How was I supposed to deny it when that bloke and all the fancy clobbers given us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. Which means his swears don't exactly mean much. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, so if you don't want to get shot, give me the gun. If she had the gun, that doesn't make sense. Can I make a contradiction this early on? Without pressing for much details?
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun? Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, now she has. No question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, Counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been able to turn the tables on the girl. Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. So we got absolutely nothing out of that. You seen that Mr. Windenbank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah. Bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got really heated. I mean, just before he shot it out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot... Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windenbank was known to keep a revolver in his shop at counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd literally put a bullet in someone's head if required. But someone being himself, of course. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person was gonna shoot. Beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up to me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. But you just... Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Oh? I can see that. He booted up Sims 4 again. It was, Gov. It was. From the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, no light, no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... we'll really cut the mustard. What's that supposed to mean? Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious with a gun in her hand. And that's certainly a revolver. I will snack and hydrate. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Good enough even if we wanted to. You stuck everything back where we found it in Scarpert, straight into him in the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Erlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, it was a bit hasty there. A little bit. It was, Nash, it was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went completely blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Jeez. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked to dodge you to the coppers or summit, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. Well, listen, that proves it, done it? Eh?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun in it to his head. It wasn't even to his head, it was pointed upwards. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. The Skulkin brothers. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. Boy, I know that from experience. You've concluded that there was something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Let's try pressing again.
Hold it! Hold it!
I think I know the answer, but I want to see if I can get some additional information.
Hold it!
I contradicted this, but I didn't get anything out of it. I didn't get a penalty, but I didn't get anything out of it.
Hold it!
Cut it out.
Hold it! Hold it!
Okay. So, I think I know the answer. I'm gonna try to call it out. They claim they never encountered Mr. Windibank. Something about their earlier statement seems suspicious about how he sounded, though. And they also claim that they never had a chance to shoot the pawn worker, but they have a gun. Which would indicate if they had a gun, then they were prepared to shoot if needed.
Objection!
Apparently the game doesn't think so, though. It's the only mechanic we can streak. Jeez. Okay, so... there has to be a contradiction here somewhere. You already called that out. Nothing there to call out. I contradicted this, but... let's try that again, actually.
Objection! Objection!
Yeah, same dialogue. No difference. It's a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction that they care for, apparently. Wait. Expecting the shooter to come out the door and get us next, but there's only one bullet in the revolver. Whereas you both have a gun that has bullets in it still.
Objection!
Are you kidding me? Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? The implications counsel, nothing strikes me about it. I guess, to be fair, they didn't see the gun, so... Let's take it back where we found it and scrap it right into him in the black. I'm actually at a loss right here. The only thing that stands out is this contradiction. This is contradictory not only to this photograph here, but if they said they never encountered Mr. Windibank, how could they know he was holding a gun? Boy, I actually need to take a minute. I have snacked and hydrated so well. Let me press through everything again.
Hold it! Hold it!
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Oh boy. The victim. But they just said.
Hold it! Hold it!
I'm at a loss. Aside from the voice, it really seems like they didn't know what happened in the storeroom. I hate that it's taken me so long to stick to this. This is tricky. I am breathing, Ree. It's not it. Probably. What happens if I do this?
Objection!
Of course not. This could be something odd about that last statement made by the witness. Please don't mind me. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, but they had at least half an hour. To do so. I may think out everything from a wider angle. Did knock a few things over. Stuck everything back where they found it in Scarpard. So that would mean that they left immediately. But they're lying somewhere. What was the last thing I tried to contradict? That's what I did. Right. Please be right.
Objection!
Of course not. Okay. Wait.
Objection!
Wait. Wait. Down to the Baskervilles, that's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Shirley's forbidden me to publish it. Oh, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has a name or something? Well, it does have quite the same ring. It does not have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. Objection! My God. That expression. boy, I'm actually stuck.
Objection! Hold it!
I'm sorry, chat. Could you hear the voice in the gunshot almost simultaneously? A wavering kind of voice before the yell. And then that's when the gunshot happened. Okay, so paying more attention to what they were saying. Gina probably tried speaking to Windibank, timidly saying, if you don't want to be shot, to which he tried to turn around and wait. I am so perplexed. Like, I see contradictions in their statements, but I don't know how exactly I'm expected to contradict said statements with the evidence I have. I'm gonna throw a shot in the dark and say...
Objection!
Of course not. No, I don't want to save. So this is hinting at the way people's body language to their statements. That's weird body language right there, so that makes me think... Upper half moves back. Please be right.
Objection!
Nope. Should I have done this episode all in one go? Is that what's wrong? I actually don't know what I'm doing wrong. Let me take a look at this dialogue again.
Objection.
Objection!
Is taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. A suitably short time prior. Straight into him in the black. He's talking about me. I thought he was talking about, like, the dark of night. Is that important at all?
Objection.
No. I'm honestly just tempted to just throw everything at every statement. I'm honestly losing track of what I'm trying to contradict at this point. Hey, Waffles, how are you doing? I'm suffering at the moment. Mentally.
Hold it!
Press everything again for the third time. That's good. Glad you're doing great. So, I seem to be lying. Right there. I know I tried to pull this out, but that was wrong. Wait. Check the February. I feel like this isn't gonna be right. There's no evidence to prove that, though.
Hold it!
Simultaneously. In that kind of position, though, that's contradictory to the photograph. Because he was shot in the back, not in the front. On the other side of that door behind the counter. In the storeroom. Clover has given us the evil eye. So does that mean that they do know who he is? Or... thing is, what's causing them to come to the conclusion that he was holding the gun?
Objection!
Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know if I should be happy that we finally progressed or upset. Uh... E- What was even the point I was contradicting? Right. Anyway, so you're saying that on the night in question the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. He has, now she has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. You know, in retrospect, it was obvious. I should have picked that from the beginning. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole Tuller used the victim's own gun to finish him off.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you were so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. I feel so silly that I did not pick up on this earlier. God. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Windibank was in fact shot from behind. So as I've stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that must have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. But on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, they weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? We're so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what'll happen to us. What it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Lord Von Zeeks, obviously. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ralph, come on, the game's up. But we'll all have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Do we... No fucking shit you have to. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got up inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it from that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Oh yeah? Sorry. Well... Find yourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? Regina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint. But nobody ever emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived. Did you see the accused at that time? What, that mold tooler? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cubber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Let me alone me. A great ugly barrel he had pointed straight at me from his piece. So what you were saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with a gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. They're clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I noticed that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Oh, yeah. Of course we did. You knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Like all tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked the scales on the floor. So in fact it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter? Well, Big Bruv here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, now, she did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank, he did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? Never, I was just, you know... looking out for me bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. Exactly, that's what I was just gonna point out. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off from that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hand again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is me bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me bruv here.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old accuser went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. I know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? It's gonna expect us to... What? What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? It is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. You are right, Reno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Okay, so I'm gonna speculate a little bit right here. I'm speculating that I'm still not totally sure what the order of events are, but basically I'm assuming that through yet unknown circumstances, Mr. Winterbank allowed Gina to go to the back of the storeroom. Right around to this location. When the Skulkin brothers broke in, I figure... I don't know. I'm just gonna piece things together as I go. But because there was a hole in the door, I feel like... or rather a peephole, I feel like it was right here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Well, here. Right?
Take that!
The defense believes that the victim...
Objection!
What your answers in fact show is that your own position is as absurd also as you have indicated on the plan. What are you saying? Yeah? I will hydrate. Someone other than Gina in the storeroom. Let me leave it for now. Still hiding something, don't you think? Yes, I'm sure of it, and not just a minor detail either. It was almost certainly because of these two that poor Mr. Winterbank, well, You can't let them get away with it, Runo. I know, but I get the feeling if there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. Chucked you over the counter. Let's press on everything a little bit more.
Hold it!
So we came from the back rooms. Seemed the victim was already in the storm when these brothers entered the premises. If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storm with her at gunpoint, why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Had bigger fish to fry by the time that they were attacked.
Hold it!
I feel like there's so many inconsistencies, it's hard to pinpoint which one I should be focusing on. Why would he run into the back room if he already had a gun on himself?